Hello, hello, hello. Getting the last few things up and running. Are you still here, Mom? Hi. We have switched over to where are we? There we go. We have switched over to my better mic today. Obviously, still have the same headsets, but we're on the good guy who I just picked up and probably made some noises. So, how does my audio sound? This guy's got a lot more that I can do with him, but I also haven't used him in a bit, so we can always switch back to the headset if we need to. Ultimately, it's tricky. Okay, sounds good. Ultimately, it's tricky because I can do a lot more with him, but I can't hear myself, if that makes sense. So getting him set up just right takes a lot of fiddle faddling and adjusting. But he's really nice because he does light playback to my earphones, if that makes sense. So I'm less muted when I have him on. I can hear myself talking a little bit better, and I enjoy it more. Anyway, oh, got the game capture set up correctly. I don't know if this is a game that I need to be playing more with my controller. I don't know if this is a game that I need to be playing more with a mouse. Can you hear the clickies? We will find out, but we're going to get it capturing the game either way. This is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, which to my knowledge, I believe it is more of a sequel to the Stanley Parable. I wasn't entirely sure. Reading the description, but yeah, we will find out together at the very least. Let me see. Do I got everything that I need? In case I need the mouse, got my stream set up, got my drinks, got my stuff, got the cat. Most important. Yeah, you are the most important. I thank you for the purring. I know you know. You require no reassurance. As you can see, I still don't have a border on my video or any other kind of graphical things. I literally have not had a chance to adjust. Don't try to drink my drink, dork. I have not had any chance to adjust all of my streaming elements that were lost. We have switched alerts over to Twitch's built-in alerts. Hopefully, those work just as good, if not better, than Streamlabs. I'm gonna have to show y'all something. So this is a Sharpie. Y'all know what a Sharpie is, assuming. This is a cat. The Sharpie is the cat's favorite thing in the entire world, and I cannot use a Sharpie without drawing on my cat. Obviously, the lid's still on. But this is all she wants me to do whenever there's a Sharpie. You want to smell it now? Yeah, let's not try to get high off your own supply there. Anyway, it's a real problem for someone who likes to use Sharpies to write just because they're convenient. I'm putting the Sharpie away. You will survive. I promise you, you will survive. Boop. Anyway, we're gonna select English and get this thing going. I do expect this is going. The chances of an insane Tifa raid twice in a row, or a raid in general, is rare. So I'm expecting this to be a little bit more, much more low key stream from last time. But I'm happy to be here, happy to play Stanley Parable 2 and figure out what this game's about. I'm gonna answer truthfully. For context, this is a completely new playthrough for me. I have not played the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe at all, so I have no idea what to expect. We're going to. Sorry, I didn't know I'd have set up. This is why I should have ran this first. It is 10 10:30. Not too bad. I mean, late start, but relative to our other things, not too bad. Yeah, close to 10:30. Oh, good to know. Okay. And here we are on a loading screen. Okay. I think we're going to leave me in the top right for now. We will adjust if needed. Okay. We're going to try controller. See how controller is and switch to keyboard and mouse if need be. It looks like it might just be the same game, but I've been told it's different. I have no idea what to expect from this.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
So very similar.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay. So first off, it's running a little better. Just kind of expected. Not too bad on the controls. It's gonna take me a little bit to get used to, Again, I play on a Steam controller, which isn't the best, but it's what I got. Actually, I really like the Steam controller for versatility. I just find in a lot of games like this, I prefer to have a joystick for the second thumb, but it is what it is. Do we go for this ending again?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Okay. So, I don't know. Again, this is a remastered, and so clearly we have a lot of overlap, which is cool. I didn't know if it was going to be an entirely new experience. I didn't know if it was going to be vastly different. It does look to be more of a remastered, but I'm assuming that there's going to be a couple little new tidbits for us. I wouldn't have asked this at the beginning otherwise. So I figured out how to crouch. Are you still here, Moth, by the way? I just have a quick question if you are. Getting a reward? Yes? Does my keyboard make a lot of noises? My controller. Like, can you hear me pressing buttons? Or is it pretty okay? Yes, it makes a lot of noise. Okay. Is it like an obnoxious amount, or is it what is the volume level? Is it like I need to move things around, or is it like this is fine? Because I mean, I can always just like put my controller down here and see if this helps. I realized like where I like to hold my controller happens to be right in front of my mic, so I figured that could cause some issues. I'll try playing it with it here. If my mouse, sorry, if the controller makes a lot of noises, I'll switch over to keyboard or mouse till I figure something out.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh, you're good, Moth. I kind of answered the question myself as I asked it. And we'll just, yeah, if you hear my controller and it's very noisy, just let me know. And you enjoy those kittens in the meantime. We're going to see if I can... Okay, so we do have some of the same endings.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
I love this game. I wonder... Oh, is he just going to keep going? I wonder if that's the same thing that would happen in the previous one, because I don't remember that. Whether or not this would happen in the previous one. This is a soothing song. This is probably some kind of guitar. I don't think it's quite a ukulele. It's a little bit too bassy for a ukulele, but I'm not very good at picking out string instruments from each other. Let's see how long it wants to make us wait in here. They got rid of the text, and the other one they had the text because I could like squat under it. Can I climb? There's no jump button. Yeah. Just an off chance maybe Mickey Space did something. They all ran when you opened the door, and the one ran up me, ran away. Oh, why is it running away from ya? Confused cat. Yay! You can't jump, we disabled it. Figured that would get me an achievement. At the very least, because I figured this is going to have some of the same achievements as the previous game. Okay, now we're getting dissonance. I thought it might just loop for a while. No, just silence. Silence is bad because then I become progressively more tempted to randomly sing. And if I randomly sing, I might happen to sing the few simple notes that trigger a copyright claim, which I don't usually seem to get many strikes for because, fair use and all that, and I'm very careful about it. But I tell you what, YouTube has it out for me sometimes when I upload these VODs to YouTube later. And then it picks up which song I'm singing 2 words of. Anyway. Here's the problem, because this is absolutely the game that could have you just sit here for 2 hours, and then it does continue. But I'm not getting anything yet. So what do you think? Do you think I just keep sitting it out for another little bit? Or do we restart and go for a different ending? This is a bit of a bold ending to go off right from the bat. Probably should have just gone for the standard following orders ending. But this one was here. So what are we thinking? Just chilling here. Can I squat through anything? I'm quite trying. They love to play with the map in weird ways too. So I don't think there's gonna be anything. For the sake of the stream, I'm probably gonna jump in and continue down a different ending, unless I hear someone who really wants me to try to wait this out. I'm probably just gonna do the menu reset. Because normally you hear something by about now. It's been about 5 minutes. And I'm still not hearing anything. Oh, if I'm on a controller, by the way, I'm going to sit in my chair in weird ways. So I'm going to apologize for that now if my angle seems odd. It's just kind of what happens. Yeah. Why don't I give it one Battle Royale in Streamlabs? And then if I haven't heard anything by then, we will continue on. If I have any lurkers here who want to join into it, just pop a little message into chat real quick. And it should allow you to have your little avatar in for this next little Battle Royale. While we wait to see if the narrator chimes back in. Battle Royale. If I can spell. There you go. We'll wait for this. See if the strong to Daffod bias from yesterday is carried over at all. Although we did decide it wasn't entirely rigged by the end of it. I'm getting ganged up on right at the beginning by both Streamlabs and Nightbot. Oh, but I'm making a run for the health kit. That might do it for me. Oh, am I going to double dose the health kits? Okay. And Streamlabs has fallen. I got this the 3rd health kit I've snagged. Maybe that's why I kept winning the other ones earlier, as I kept getting health kits. But I'm taking quite a beating relative to Nightbot. Nightbot's still doing pretty good. Oh, and Nightbot took it. Had a feeling towards the end that was going to be the case. Do your little celebration, Nightbot. It's okay. You have so many coins. And we're back. Okay. I'm going to restart. There's a chance there might be more endings there. Um, if there are, I might try to get them at like another time and maybe post a video of it. I'm still not quite sure. There's a lot of things I want to do now that I'm kind of doing this full time on ways that I can expand full time relatively. Ways that I can kind of expand and make additional content. And we'll figure it out over time. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Is the store going to close behind me? Not immediately. I can't close it myself, though, but I can open it, too. Okay. This one looks better. Like, definitely at the very least, there's been... Like, even if this is just a remastered version, I'm happy with that. But I've been told this is a different game. That it has maybe new things added to it. I did look to see what's the difference are. Oh, is it very different? Or don't spoil anything for me. It's one of the rare times where I don't want to be spoiled. Is it a very different game, or is it just a couple new endings that have been added in? And this is a remaster. I went into this when I planned to do, and to clarify, when I planned to do this game, both Sunday and then the Ultra Edition today, I was very well aware they might be mostly the same game, and I'm fine with that because of the numbers of endings that we didn't get to even when we played the original. Because this is one of my favorite games of all times. New endings. Okay. So we'll poke around for a little bit, because there's a lot of endings we haven't had yet. Aha! This computer. Oh, can I not do input this time? There we go. New endings need something else. That's okay. We'll figure it out as we go. I mean, at the very least, this is playing so much smoother. If anything, I maybe would have done this game first, but I am very glad that I did have a chance to play Stanley Parable so recently, because I feel like I'm appreciating the updates in this one a little bit more. Boop boop to you too, phone. That's obnoxious. Oh crap! Un momento, I gotta check something. And by check something, I mean make sure that I have a freeze in place on Duolingo. Because I don't want to lose my streak. Oh, I still got both. I got 2 streak freezes. Like, I've been doing pretty good with it, but I wanted to make sure. Otherwise, I'd be doing pause and do Duolingo with Tadafi.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We're gonna follow through this time. Mostly to check out the broom closet, just because I love the broom. That was like my first moment in a video game where I really felt the meta humor and the absurdist with it.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
This box is too small. Office party. When they won't give him rights, give him pizza, as it were. I didn't say that. That's me saying that. What to do about 432. Don't tell 432 about the meeting. Oh. We're broke Wednesday. Financial panic meeting. Okay. Complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda. Reflect. Future is yesterday, tomorrow is now. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on the topic of... And then they've all been erased. Please no more charts, please, I'm begging. Wait 1 second. What was that? feel like I missed something important there. Keep an eye on that while I look at some of these other whiteboards. Mitosis! Sorry, I got excited. Metamorphosis. It doesn't say photosynthesis, but now I know photosynthesis. Because I used to have the formula for that memorized. C6H12O6 plus 6O2 through the process of sunlight, I believe is what it is. Equals 6... No, I'm thinking C6H12... No. They're there, but they're jumbled together. The formulas for respiration and photosynthesis are smashing in my head. So without writing them down right now, we're not going to get there. But...
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Look, there's some improvements to the pipe graphics.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Turning vibrate off my phone because it keeps going buzz.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Posted the kitten pics. Yeah, I saw there was a post from you. I assumed it was the kitten pics. I haven't taken a look yet.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
I still love
He
this
probably
so
only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place.
Oh, the sound stopped.
So that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
There's a little bug.
When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
I think we're gonna have to wait. Real quick though, but while he's still going on it, I have a sticker chart. Oh, is it gonna show up? A sticker chart for when I stream. I know this was mentioned like forever ago, but I have the sticker chart and we've been filling it out, and it is to help me stay on task. Per my wonderful wife's very clever idea of positive reinforcement. Give someone a sticker chart. It works.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the
Cat,
details. I'm
you
not
wanna play?
particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Cat doesn't want to play. She just wants pets. But out we go.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
The pure white from the windows has always been something that fascinates me. Like, just, it doesn't exist beyond this. Like, there's no outside rendered world. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money in the X-Men, money crisps. Extreme bathrooms time. Office bathroom. It's always like, to me, like, this door design makes me think that there's like a mail slit in the middle of the bathroom door. I know that's not the case, but it's how my brain processes it. Anyway. And this has the elevator, which we aren't going in the elevator again this, oh, maybe we'll give it out a look later. The music in the elevator last time is apparently copyrighted music. Oh, I have an idea. I got flagged for it last time. We're going to briefly mute the game. And I'm going to go into the... Or mute it for the stream. I can still hear what's going on. But we're going to go into the elevator this time so I don't get a copyright thing on me. Just to make sure that there's not anything new in here. There's like a speaker in here. It's the same thing. Yeah, but it's elevator like Bossa Nova. Oh, the narrator's slightly talking about the elevator Bossa Nova. It's like mumbling, humming, but yes. So, yeah. Unmute the game now. So the annoying thing about like streaming is that... Oh, Gray's rating! Hello, Gray! Whoa, that's very... The new alerts are doing something on my phone. And the subs! Hello! What do we got? Can we get a shout out to Gray? Gray Griffin. Old friend of mine with a party of 4. How are y'all doing? Raiders. I know I have a lot of overlap from Gray, but in case you don't know me, my name is Tadafid, Daffy, Bruce, or many other names. I am a variety streamer who plays a little bit of everything. I'm just getting back into streaming after a rather long hiatus. This is my 3rd stream in a long time, as it were, before. I think 8 months, but we actually figured it out. Thought it was closer to a year, but it's like technically 8 months. Anyway, but I'm back to streaming regularly. I stream Sunday, Wednesday, Thursdays, and Friday nights at about 10 p.m. relatively, with Sundays and Thursdays being variety streams, Wednesdays cozy streams, and Fridays are co-op streams, usually with my wife or something like that. Anyway, it is welcome to the channel. I'll get a little bit of my spiel back together. I'm a little bit out of practice, but today we're playing Stanley Parable. Anyway, they were just playing Dark Souls Remastered. Excuse me. I primarily played a ton of Dark Souls back when I was streaming, so I can promise you there's going to be more Dark Souls. We're probably going to begin a new Dark Souls playthrough this Sunday.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief.
Hello, Thorny Moo.
Who orchestrated this? What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
That's what it is.
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Okay, sorry, I was waiting for the narrator to finish. I'm going to pause real quick so I can address these before he chimes up again. But hey, yeah, long time no see. It has been a while, as I mentioned. It's been about 8 months since I was regularly streaming, but we are back for the foreseeable future. And a Dark Souls Deathless run. I've never done one of those. Are you playing it to where if you die, you restart the game? Or what's your motive operandi? Modus operandi? That's probably not the word I'm looking for. What's your method? Yep. It's gonna be fun. One life. How far have you gotten, out of curiosity? Oh, and just, while I'm waiting for Gray's answer, if you aren't familiar with this game, this is the Stanley Parable Deluxe Edition. On Sunday, when my first stream back, I played the Stanley Parable, which is one of my favorite games of all time. It's an absurdist bit of adventure game where basically a narrator narrates this man who finds himself in his office one day and everyone's disappeared, with a good little bit of that British absurdist humor as things relatively go odd, and you can choose to either go along with or ignore the narrator. We played the original one on Sunday, and today we're playing the deluxe edition, which is, I think we've looked it up now, it has new endings and a couple things. But so far has been nothing that we haven't seen in the previous version, outside of it looks better, it plays better, and it's a bit more stable. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. I've gotten to Seath the Scaleless. Not bad. Not bad for a Deathless run to Seath the Scaleless. Did you get past Seath the Scaleless, or are they the one who did you in? Also, I should keep my volume down because my whole family's sleeping. Seath is a boss that I found surprisingly easy for me, but every boss is different, depending on your build and your play style and your strengths and weaknesses. Seath did me in, yeah. I struggle so much with the gaping mouth demon who charges around. He's been the end of many a run for me. Not deathless, but like when I first played Dark Souls, I got so stuck on the gaping mouth demon, they ended up putting it down for a while before picking it back up. Which I believe you might have been there for it, because you're the one who got me hooked on Dark Souls, and that playthrough would have happened in my old house's kitchen.
He felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Yeah. Oh, sparks. That one, that one usually stunned me in about so many times. Anyway.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
We're trying to do the follow the narrator ending this time, if I haven't mentioned that before, just so I can see if there's been any major differences. We technically have had 2 other endings, being the you close the door and you don't leave ending, and the you walk out a window in the first room ending. As well as we've done the first part of the broom closet ending, which is my favorite. So.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each
Sparks,
bore the
I feel
number
like, are
of an
new.
employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Interesting. Have you played the Ultra Deluxe version of this before, Gray? Out of curiosity. Not to switch the topic from Dark Souls, because I do love talking about Dark Souls. But this is another game that I have fond memories playing with you, is Stanley Parable. So, because I haven't played the Ultra Deluxe before at all, personally.
It was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Sorry to talk over the narrator there. There's one of them says pirate. Who's employee pirate?
Here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Yeah, we're going to do off. I was debating about... We'll probably come and do on for the next one. We're going to start with off. Just to see what we get. Anyway, but how have you been doing, Thorny Moo, if you're still lurking around here? It has been a long time since I've seen you.
Blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp?
Okay.
What other mysteries did this strange building hold?
You can get really down in here.
Streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him.
Up against the wall.
For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Okay. Real quick, before I step forward, I just wanted to say, Thorny Moo, just kind of read your post there. I'm sorry, I know how that feels. It always sucks when you aren't getting work, but I am glad to hear that things might look like they're looking up and that you were finally able to stream a little bit today. You know, a long time. That's awesome. Can I get a, if you're around either Moth or Gray, can we get a shout out for Thorny Moo? Always love to be able to support another streamer.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Beat him to the punch. Yeah, oh, hello, you're back. Welcome back. So, you're playing Soul Stones Forever. I'll have to give you a look some point. Oops. That's caught in a weird spot. There we go. There we go. Oop. What was I doing? Okay. Hello. I can't manage to... Un momento. It's gonna bother me until I manage to. Yeah, I've been trying to earn enough minor soulstones to level up my survivors. I'm actually not familiar with that game at all, but it does sound nice. The kittens are playing in the trash. Yeah, it sounds about right for kittens playing in the kittens playing in the trash. Okay, good. I was already following you. Wanted to make sure that I was. Because I recognize your name, but yeah. Always happy to follow and shout out another streamer. And hopefully I'll catch one of your streams next time.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But I get you with the crazies on everything. I've been so busy. Again, I'm doing this full time for me, content creation full time at least. With the 4 hour stream, which is pretty good. 16 hours a week for streaming isn't too bad. Probably go over a couple most of those days anyway, and can always randomly stream. But beyond that, I'm also full-time parent, full-time student, so I stay busy.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
But yeah, I love being a parent, and my degree is one of my passions because it's a history degree. So nothing to complain about with why I'm busy.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I have a feeling this is going to be very similar to... We did this playthrough last Sunday, so I'm going to kind of just get them out of the way so I can focus on some other ones. But obligatory broom closet.
No, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Okay. Well, we had our moment.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Have you figured out anything more about the kittens, Moth? Are they just random strays? Do you have, like, anyone who's... Like, I don't know if that makes sense. Like, are they just vibe kitties for now? I think I should always check out the bathroom. Bing, bing, bing. Bing, bing, bing. Poor Panda. Business strategy. That is an unintentionally very scathing critique. Probably intentionally, actually. But what do we got here?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret pin number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
For context with getting the 888 and why I'm spamming it, in the
Stanley
original
just
one...
sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
In the original Stanley Parable demo, there's a game where there's a button with an 8 on it that you just press and it just goes 8.
2845.
8. So if you come in here and press 8 a bunch of times, you get an achievement called 8 in reference to that game. We're going to see if he opens the door for me this time. We'll just wait patiently. He did this for me before.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override
There we
kicked
go.
in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Whoop-de-doo indeed. I just asked how the kittens were doing. Like, if you had figured out anything about them. Just random strays. Do you have, like, a home for them? Are they just sticking around? Just kind of curious about the state of, or what did we call them? Piss gremlins? Because of them getting covered in trash and everything, as young kittens love to do. Ooh, down we go. Also, because I don't think I've done this since the raid. No idea if they belong to anyone. Cats. Appreciate cat. Cat is happy. Cat is fat. Cat is living her best life with her bed on the desk. I don't know if I've mentioned this. It's going to be hard to move my hand right now. The bed that she is on is hand crocheted by my wife. So shout out to my amazing wife for hand crocheting a cat for a bed. I need my hand back now. Can I? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She's glaring at me now. People just need to admire your glory. It's okay. Okay. She's closed her eyes again. I think I've been forgiven. Nothing really has been done. I've only seen
Stanley walked
2
straight
today.
ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
It's hard too because I know like I'm the person who's like I always want to take in any animal that I find. I live in a 2-bed apartment with fortunately decent pet rules. I'm allowed to have a cat and a dog as long as they're smaller. It is nowhere near the plethora of animals that I would have if I was allowed to kidnap every bit of animal that I see on the streets.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Do I have the strength to find out? Yeah. Oh.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
And he hit the button again. Oh.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
It's so small, I can't see what the pirate says. Oh, get the battle royale going again.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
The Thorny Moo winning the jump catch game from falling from the battery.
The heart of the operation.
10 out of 10.
Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
We're gonna try the button
And as the
method.
cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
So what? So basically, the battle royale activated, and there's a star that was flying around. That if you can type like exclamation mark jump with your little avatar, you can catch it and win the points. But the battle royale started, and you happened to hit the jumping star as you were dropped into the battle royale mode. So there's five, four's up there, three's there, two, one. We're going to try those again. I doubt they do anything because they didn't do anything before. This is the Ultra Deluxe. This is one of the first times I expect there might be a difference. Is with the buttons. And we will find out.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley?
Okay.
It's your
So that
time to
door's not gonna
shine.
open.
You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time
Also
to
not
talk
a fan
about
of that
you,
moth.
about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
We have an ad break that it did pop up without warning me about, which is the second time it's done that, which annoys me. So I'm pausing right in the middle of this. It's supposed to read these moments and not run ad breaks during them. I might have to just start setting my own timer. I'm going to double check something real quick. Sorry to pause right there. Yeah, it's like I'm supposed to get a warning for ads. And I didn't give me the warning at all this time. It was just like, boop, ads now. So at least it tells me when the ads are happening. I guess. I don't want to have to contact Twitch support about this. But we'll just wait to check out what's going on. Let me know when you're back. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Turn them off. We're visible. I'm back. Hey, welcome back. I tried to pause it as soon as I caught that there was an ad break happening. Um, I'm supposed to get a warning, like a 5-minute warning for the ads, and it's just decided that I don't get those right now. So I'm taking a quick little look at my settings to figure out why you do this, game. Or not game. But we'll see what happens. I paused as soon as there was an ad break. So you haven't missed much, hopefully. Okay. I want... It's picking up my mouse. I love it when it does that. Okay. I have saved the settings now, so hopefully I at least get a 3-minute warning, because that was working yesterday. We will
Other
see.
times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather
Looks like it might still be doing ad breaks, actually. I think Thorny Moo's back. Everyone's back that I know
amusing.
of, so we're just going to keep going
Watching
for
you
now.
try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds
Yellow.
left. But I'm enjoying this so much.
2.
You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious
3.
additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley?
4?
Is it that you have no
do
idea where
anything?
you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge, it's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever.
Such a good ending. So none of those did anything to my knowledge. They don't in the original. If you ever played Stanley Parable, the original one, the point is the buttons are useless. And like people have data mined it and confirmed that the buttons don't do anything in the original. So I didn't expect them to do anything here, but thought it'd be worth a try. So far, we've been playing this for about an hour and a half. No, actually, only about an hour, actually. Because I got started late. So far, after about an hour, haven't experienced anything new yet from the other originals.
Co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Well, I love this game so much. So much. I haven't found any new content yet. Oh, here it is. But now I'm torn because I didn't do the broom closet stuff yet. I gotta go to the broom closet first. It is my favorite ending.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We gotta go to the broom closet. Just
Yet there was not a
matter of
single
fact.
person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We're gonna do this ending. This one was trippy. And we'll see if the new content one is still there.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for
Look
that.
for any
And in such a
differences
competitive economy,
this time
why
round.
had he taken that risk?
I'm really
All
curious
because he
if they've
believed
changed like
everyone
anything
had
from room to
vanished.
room.
His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh,
Camera,
what
copy
a
your
relief Stanley
chairs.
felt to have finally found an
Soda
answer,
machine.
an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress
Fully
on
closed
his
the
back,
eyes in this one.
the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
They didn't fully close your eyes in the
Stanley
other
began
version.
screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Such an intense ending.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, For just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Still such a good ending. Okay.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
That is from the original one. I don't know if we saw this. We didn't see this really much in Sunday's playthrough. His dialogue does lightly change. The floor lightly changes. There's one that's just like creepy as all be with the lights like half out and everything. But yeah, today we're going to go down the new content route, at least for this first one. There's at least one other ending that I didn't get to do last time that I'm curious about. But we're going to do new content first.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
I can't go that way. Does it say anything if I go back out? No. Okay. Okay.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
I love that the narrator's along for the ride.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh, for those who don't know, you can't jump in the original one. That's hilarious. gotta run it down, right? Or do I leave it? Leave it on 13? And I assume you can only jump in the... Yep! The moment you leave, nothing. Okay. Oh, I didn't know what to expect, but that was
Is that it?
fantastic.
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
You know what? If they released this entire game and that's the only bit of new content, I'm not going to be upset. I doubt it. I doubt that's the only bit they've added. But even if it is, I'm not going to be upset.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
Speak
It's
for
just
yourself.
elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stan, this is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
And it resets. It's just the whole ending. It's just going through the new content door. Oh, if I have a chance to do that again, I'm going to have to do that to see if they change any of the dialogue around it. Cause that... Oh. What?
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Oh, do we go on the... But there's... Okay, I'm gonna trust the narrator. Coffee mug and a screwdriver. Oh, cough, yeah. I definitely don't remember this being in the original game. So this is all definitely new. I had a feeling they were going to do something like that. Where they would either going to be, like, that was just going to be an ending and it would reset you back. And they would... But this is interesting. I'm intrigued to see where it goes. That line about greedy video game developers is just golden.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
My goodness. It's a copy machine in the office shares and like this beautiful ancient ruins.
I call it the memory zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Very
You
sweet
see,
memory.
Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
It's a BAFTA award for The Last of Us. Oh, they had so much fun. I looked at this, didn't I? 2013. Oh, what's this one say? My first kiss, my first car, the release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. Oh, they've had so much fun with this. Oh, there's a throwback. Oh. Ah, the demo. The demo was so good. Maybe I'll stream the demo at some point. That'd be like a great little filler stream. Because it's just the demo is all original content. It's not anything from the game. It's just 100% original content in the demo. So maybe I'll stream that as like a random filler point if I ever have another game that's running long or short or anything. Because it's probably only about an hour of stuff that. And it's possible to get that achievement. I can't remember the details for this one, and I'm curious if they brought it back for it. But the only way to get the unachievable achievement, and this one as well, don't play for 5 years, was with system hacks. So for this one, for example, shutting the game down, adjusting all of your internal clocks, and then reopening the game. And this one I can't quite remember, but it required like going into the folder of the game. Hello, Ram! So that's what that payment has been. Yeah, apparently. But I'm back in streaming again. This is the third stream in a row, and um we're going quite heavily. Oh, anyway, yeah. Shout out to Ram. Absolutely, Ram and Gray are some of my longest time followers. Hello, Yuki. We wanted to come say hi. Of course, I just appreciate you swinging in and saying hi, Yuki. It's good to see you again. Anyway. Oh, hello, Hebby as well. Don't even know when the last stream I did was. Well, I'm getting back to streaming. So maybe some point you can do a stream, or maybe I'll drag you on if you're ever free. DM me. Maybe we can do a little Dark Souls stream with you and Gray again at some point. Just like old times. I was in the last stream, but sidetracked and lurking. Oh, it was good to see you then, Heavy. Or thank you for the lurk. It's always appreciated. We just got that ending. Okay. Also, like a little bench we can sit at. Dark Souls Day. Is it Dark Souls Dad? Yeah. This better not be copyrighted. You can bring back the days of Dance Dance, Ram.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from
Yeah.
Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Oh, Has Been Hotel. I haven't been watching any. Sorry, real quick to comments here. Has Been Hotel. I haven't been watching any Has Been Hotel. I just personally haven't been able to get into it. I have mixed feelings about Visipop, and there's a lot of situation there. Some of it confirmable, some of it not. It's like, I haven't really gotten to Has Been Hotel, but I've heard a lot of people are enjoying it, and that's good for them. Um, but Baldur's Gate 3, let me tell you what. That game, I have sunk so many hours into Baldur's Gate 3. I have just because I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3 since like the earliest days of early access. And so to see that game fully coming and blossoming into its entirety and then to have the release, I could talk about this game for hours. So yeah, and part of the reason why I haven't streamed it yet is because with my current streaming schedule, we're going to do series games on, as in like games where I'm going to be doing multiple videos on Sundays and Thursdays, so Sunday and like today, and then Cozy's on Wednesday, and then Friday is going to be kind of like my co-op day, variety day. And Baldur's Gate is very firmly going to be a Sunday or a Thursday stream, and it's a very big time commitment. You played the first hour or so of early access when it first came available. Absolutely, I've sunk so many hours into that game. For context, I think I had about 500 to 600 hours in that game before it was released. Might have been up to 700. I'm currently sitting at about 1,200 hours for this game. A lot of that is because I've left it just running in the background at times, but I have played through it so much. I've gone to Act 3 a couple times. I've beaten the game in its entirety twice now. I love that game so much. It is the pinnacle of RPGs. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. It is. And I've talked about this a little bit before, but there's this genre of CRPGs, like old school Fallout, the original Baldur's Gate, Bard's Tale, etc., where you had this top down isometric RPG that was really flushed out. And they worked, and they had a lot of things that you could do in them. Um, but you have a whole lot of coding with not a lot of graphics, and there was a lot of limitations there. And then as graphics got better and expectations for good graphics kind of increased over time, we saw like the decline of those style of games. And you can see this very clearly if you look at Morrowind to Oblivion to Skyrim is like the best example of this. Where I think all three of those are very good games, but if you look at the like tabletop RPG, that CRPG elements of Morrowind to Skyrim, you can see how much they were abandoned for a game that is looks better. Yeah, and the same could be said for Pokemon franchise and stuff like that. Um, but then you get Baldur's Gate 3, and to be fair, I've been following this for a while, and you can kind of see it coming. If you played either of Larian's other games, Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2, they were phenomenal in their own right. And you had this little pocket of CRPGs that have been trying to make a revival for a bit. Again, Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2 I mentioned. I enjoyed some of Harebrained Schemes. Shadowrun games. There was Pillars of Exile or Pillars of Eternity, Path of Exile. I think I'm getting those right. Some of the Pathfinder games, and all of them were really good and trying to find that balance. And then Baldur's Gate 3 from Larian came along, and you have a studio that makes really good games with a very approachable franchise. And I'm absolutely not surprised that that has taken off nearly as much as it did. And but just to see that payoff for this studio, because like Larian Studios are phenomenal development studios in my opinion. The way that they communicate, the things that they do, all of that, just fantastic. And I love every moment of it. And just to see them get credit where it is due, because it is not only a game that is well designed in terms of for a CRPG. I have heard valid critiques of it where it's not someone's personal choice of game because it is very much a CRPG at the end of the day. Turn-based combat, skill check rolls, all of that. It is that. And if that's not your kind of game, obviously you're not going to enjoy it as much. But to take those elements, the mechanics of a good CRPG that just run fairly well, it knows what it's doing. It's got a well designed, fairly approachable system. And then to put it on not a bad looking game. The graphics of that game are really good. The acting and some of the dialogue, fantastic. The storyline is solid. Um my only gripe from the game, and this is not necessarily a gripe, but it's just that out of all of the Nightbot's killing everyone in Battle Royale, out of all of the lore that it boils down to I'm not a personal fan of D&D's canon realm. The story writing that they did is fantastic, but D&D's canon realm to me has always been a bit eh. And the very mind flayer heavy main storyline, I'm like, I love it as a game. Um and I'm so glad it's getting the praise. And I've sunk so many hours into it in the variety. But the main storyline is one of the like least interesting points of the game to me. It's all the side content and everything else. Um kind of picking up. I just mind flayers have never been my favorite. They're cool. They're a really great enemy and they use them well, but it's actually one of my biggest gripes about D&D. And some people love it. And if this is your thing, that's fantastic. But it's you have this really good fantasy world and aliens. And like if you like that, congrats. Shout out to you. I'm really glad that you like it. But I like my high fantasy and I like my sci-fi. And when they get mixed together, I seldom find a happy balance. And I think Baldur's Gate 3 does that to the best of its ability in a way that I still really enjoy the game. My one complaint is just like, it's one of my least favorite parts about the D&D lore, and it's a central point of the game franchise. Do I enjoy it? Absolutely. Will I be streaming it? 100% I'm going to be streaming this game. I cannot shout out my love for it enough. This is not me to be critical of it. This is me just sharing how much I love this game. But I'm always going to have a few pointers to it. So basically, I hope that we get Baldur's Gate 4 or Baldur's Gate 5 that is less focused on mind flayers and some of the other cool elements of Dungeons and Dragons, or in particular, one of the other worlds in it, in within that, or more Larian content of like in Divinity. I love Divinity Original Sins world. I think you mentioned that. But was familiar with the lore in the world and had trouble getting into it. The D&D lore is very well written, even when I'm not a huge fan of the high fantasy. It enthralls me. So yeah, that's absolutely fine. That's what I was saying about it. It is definitely some people thinks. I'm a much bigger fan of the high fantasy and less the sci-fi, and D&D does both, and that's kind of where my things are. And I play a lot of Call of Cthulhu. I love Eldritch Horror and Call of Cthulhu, and that's what Mind Flayers are. For me, it's just like I like my high fantasy and like my it's mixing two things that I love that I don't care for as much together. But it's still a good game. I highly recommend it. I do think everyone should play it. That's just a personal taste thing. Yeah. Oh, there's a what's this? Memories on do we need to we might need to come back to that. I feel by Stanley. Yeah. But like the mix, I'm also a big Star Wars fan though. Yeah. So yeah, and like to me, okay, I can't go in here. I figured as much. But I thought I would check. Yeah, it's a solid game, and I love to bits of it. Astarion's voice acting is fantastic. He's got a really interesting side arc with the whole, like not spoiler, but his whole side arc is fantastic, and I love it. Just all of the companions have solid voice acting. Neil Newborn gets a lot of attention and love, but all of them have fantastic. The narrator, Karlak's actress or actress. Karlak is played by a non-binary actor, so I'm assuming actor is the correct term, but I do not know. Jim Vesta playing absolutely is such a time sink. And I only have as much time sunk into it as I do because of insomnia. But yeah.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories. These were simpler times, Stanley, but I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
We're getting into this.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
I love this game.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear.
I'm really curious if
What an
these are
awful
genuine
memory to have
reviews.
to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people, and if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever
I wonder if I'm
ago?
going to have to
Which
press
is
the
why
button,
I say
or if I can just let him
the
go.
story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably,
I think it's looping.
we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes
I feel like
impossible
it's
to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal
I should have
flourishes
checked the
and
clock.
lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or
I'm going to press
maybe
the button a second
manifesto.
time.
Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, manifesto.
I feel like this is going to be the repeat, so I skip the button. So.
Treatise, manifesto. Treatise, Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Stopped.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again.
The door's gone.
I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
This brings up an interesting conundrum about people. And we're going to talk about this to see if we actually get him to come back at all. Or if I press the skip button. But stretch, sorry. We didn't even have to redeem that one. That was a impromptu stretch. Anyway, but they basically did a test where they put someone in a room with a button. And if you press the button, it would deliver a non-harmful but painful shock. I guess if it's painful, it's harmful to some extent, but no lasting damage. Just you push the button, it would zap you. Thank you for the hydrate moth. Oops, sorry, Finley. And what they found is in lieu of any other kind of stimulation, without anything to do, people would push the button. Not just once. They'd push it even if they were warned that it would hurt. Even if there was a sign that said it would shock. Some of them would even push it more than once. Because for people, we crave stimulation. We crave something so much that even the idea of pain and discomfort is better than the idea of nothing. And it's just a fascinating little bit about people. It's like we just require constant stimulation, And I don't think that's a bad thing. This is not me to be like, oh, people constantly, they're always on their phones or anything. This isn't a rant about anything like that. It's one of the things that I find most endearing about people is that we will find ways to create our own entertainment, our own stimulation, in lieu of anything else. And why sensory deprivation is so harmful. Anyway, that's people. I've been talking about that for a little bit of time now. I think I might have to push the button. I don't think he's going to come back with the door, or at least within any perspective of what I would consider stream viable. It's the one problem again with streaming this game is it does have times where like there is something that happens, but only if you commit hours to it.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back.
They burned out a couple of lights
my
last
goodness.
time.
I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking, and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than any, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away, and in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't you? You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it. Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever
Ad break
experienced my
coming up.
entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
So he doesn't like us anymore. This game gets so dark and deep so fast. Let's try it again. Interesting. Low battery on the smoke detector. I assume that's what it's going for.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yeah.
Can you imagine this voice, giving him these lines to read?
This whole time.
This is such a good game.
In fear and insecurity, and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves, they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in
It's
such
like
tatters,
years later.
and my
that
constitution
he's
and
finally getting
willpower
here.
are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amused them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the
Here's the loop.
inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwilling...
And so we hit it again. So he's just silence. He is legitimately repeating himself? Yeah. No, it loops after a while. So I'll like basically listen into where I know. Oh, it did have different inflections? Interesting. I didn't pick that up. But I'm not the best at hearing inflections. The thing is, like, if I was playing this and not streaming it, I might just sit here for genuinely like 20 minutes while like I worked on other tasks just to see if he does do anything. Because this is the game in the original Stanley Parable, and assumingly in here, if you go the route of ignoring the game to the point that he starts, we had this playthrough last stream, to where he like starts to try to build his own game, and he has the game where like there's the baby in the fire, and the baby moves towards the fire. It's like a paper cut out of a baby, and you press the button, and it resets the baby. If you do that for 4 hours, and not like, mind you, like you have to sit there and press the button for 4 hours of gameplay, he adds a puppy. And I think after like 8 hours, he says you win. And then you can continue on. And that's a little bit from memory. But this game has done that. It has put things in impossible points just because it can. But this is a stream, so I am trying to keep things moving slightly along. Because before the end of the stream, I would like to find our old friend, the adventure line.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
Getting water leaking. That's what I had a feeling was going to happen. I was waiting for the deterioration to start happening. Now there's light. I don't think. Yeah. I'll keep it going. Interesting. The This game is so good. Here's the thing. I'm gonna call it now, because I can just imagine this all, like, looping back. Oh, I can see trees out there. Got some little berries in this one. I can see just pressing the button and looping back to the beginning of the skip button stuff. But we'll see. I'm really curious where this goes. This is lovely here. And now, yep. No, everything's gone again. And now it's creepy again. And we hit it again. I'm half expecting a jump scare because I've been so primed with games where they have that sound, like that little sound, which I've never heard in real life. Well, it's probably I've heard things that are similar when I'm like hallucinating. That's a schizophrenia problem. Like building creaking, stuff like that. It doesn't sound quite like this sound. Which I don't know if you can hear it because I don't know how quiet it is, but that little like something passing by in the different distance. I've only ever really heard that in video games, and it's always like right before they do a jump scare or something. Like in a game where there's gonna be jump scares. Okay. Now the whole building is fallen. I think the button's dead. I'm free. Nothing left. I don't think there's a way. I don't have a cursor anymore. See, the button's dead. I was curious if it was going to give me a choice after all of that of continuing or pressing the button again. Oh. Yep. There's the loop. It's a really interesting dichotomy that is brought up. Yeah, here it is, back in the office. This game. There is such an interesting dichotomy between the narrator going insane with no one talking but knowing they're not being listened to. Because that is something that if you've ever experienced as a person, it is soul crushing. And I don't mean this, like, this is usually going to happen in a relationship, whether it's like to a partner or a parent, where you're talking and you're saying things and you know that there's no one listening to you or that they're not listening to you and they should be. Absolutely soul crushing. That being said, that's not necessarily what that point is, but like the narrator talking and knowing that the talking doesn't matter if there's no one to hear you. Woof. Yeah, that's insane. You turn one person out of 12 people, they're making eye contact as you continue. Yeah. So you can, exactly. As a rambler, like talking and then knowing no one is listening. Because, like, I would rather someone tell me to shut up than to find out they're not listening. Like, I know that I talk too much. And this is something that I love dearly about my wife. And it's going to sound silly, is that she is very good of setting boundaries of, I can't listen to you ramble right now. And the clarity that comes from, hey, I don't want to hear this. I've had a long day. And just saying that, rather than like a passive aggressive indirection, is so appreciated. Because, like, I understand not having the spoons to listen to someone. This is an entirely I have gotten way off topic. But, like, there's something about just, like, having the courtesy to communicate. But anyway, there's this dichotomy that I was actually originally getting to like, loop back here, not talking about people listening to you or not. The periods where you don't have a narrator, it really shows that the narrator needs Stanley as much as Stanley needs the narrator. Like, to know what to do, to have that guidance, is an interesting codependency there. I think speaks about the nature of relationships and other things. Anyway.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally.
God, this
This
one
is
again.
great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Is the new content door still there? New content. I want the event. Okay, here's the thing. We're gonna keep doing the new content. Okay, Ram and Moth, are you still here? Do I find Adventure Line ending first, or do I do the new content ending first? I probably should do the new content ending first. Because I don't know if I can guarantee remember how to get Adventure Line, which is one of my favorite endings I didn't get to show you from the original Stanley Parable. I was thinking of the song and it's way to use the bathroom. Okay. We're taking a risk here. And we're going to go... I am curious if it changes anything. We're going to do Adventure Line. Yeah. I got what you meant.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm trying to remember to get Adventure Line, because it's not... It's ignore... But you... I don't think you go to the room with the elevator, because the room with the elevator either leads to the phone ending, or you hop off the path thing and get to the new game, like him building a new game ending. So I think Adventure Line is you go on the path, and then you try to redirect. I don't know. We're gonna
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just
If you remember how to get to Adventure Line ending, Ram, feel free to share. I can't remember offhand.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I think if I go straight through, I don't think it's either of any of the endings that come through from that one, so I believe I have to go left.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I believe it's down. We're going down. I'm committing.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
This is the
so
right
now,
way,
in order to
I believe.
get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
I'm trying not to do boring things.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
This is the Adventure Line ending. I remember this one.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Because it's not the ending where you get the 3 doors and there's the orange door, because that's the game ending.
Right, left, down, left, right. Yep.
There's also
Okay,
the Zen
okay,
ending,
yes.
which I can't remember how to get
I've
to.
got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
I'm pretty sure this is the... Yeah.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay.
Close my eyes, just go run up against the door.
Oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Yeah.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah. That was a fake ending, FYI. Hence why content's gone.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Or did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or...
No.
Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Yeah. But have some fun with some non-Euclidean spaces.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Just the... Okay, yep, it's worse. Just the flat delivery of that is 10 out of 10. Statistics.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
See. This is what I'm talking about. The non-Euclidean...
No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our step. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time, I have to restart.
Hello! Welcome back, Minty. How you doing? Good to see you again. And we're here. You came back at peak time to one of the greatest endings of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. This is Stanley Parable Deluxe. I can't remember. You caught the Apico stream, correct? I don't believe you were there for the original Stanley Parable stream. This is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, which is a remake of the Stanley Parable with some new content. We did do a bit of the new content, but then I had to get back because I didn't catch this ending in the original one, and it's one of my favorites.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Yes, I absolutely am. The Stanley Parable is one of my top 10 favorite games of all time. Easily, I've played all of the original one as much as I could. This is my first time playing the Ultra Deluxe version, and we've gone through like the first round of new content for that. Color of the 34th statement of the fern. Oh, we will see the fern. Me and I think Ram's still lurking around. Me, Ram, and Gray, I believe it was, screenshotted the fern so that we would have it ready to go in case we ever needed it. For those of you who are confused, you will get to meet the fern.
The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story?
1 second.
Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
I don't care if this song is copyrighted. I don't think it is, but it's worth it. This right here. Just the... I love this game so much.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
The fern. We're gonna admire the fern for a little bit. Wait. You can drop the 1F. You know, okay, so first off, the family-friendly PG-13 streaming topics thing is... Thanks, man. Oh, I do forget that it does pop up on the screen now. Um, it is mostly about how I hold myself and like tone of topics. Language, I'm a little bit you had it typed. Language, I'm a little bit less like within reason. If you swear, that's like just swear words are culturally determined, so it's not like the biggest thing that I police in chat. But there you go. You can have the one PG-13 F word there, Ram, if that makes you feel good. No, but this Fern, and then Starbound. Is that really the first day we all played Starbound? Was that before, like, was that back in the Starbound days of, like, prior to having your own ship? And you had to, like, build all of the components on the planet to, like, summon the dragon and summon the pirates and all of that? Oh, you could have had it highlighted. You missed your chance, Ram. We can have a do-over. You want to have a do-over? Anyway, for those of you who aren't familiar, Starbound is a Terraria in space. Not until next stream. Keep it for next stream. Starbound is Terraria in space, for lack of a better term. It's got a lot of its, I'm gonna swear, fudge berries. Fluff an elf. Anyway, um, but no, it's a little like Terraria in space, this way to put it. I don't want to like undersell it. It's a really, really great game. I thoroughly enjoy it. I've played a lot of it growing up. We might Fraggle Rock. We might stream it at some point. Um, I feel like it was a really good fully released game, but then it kind of went silent. Like it's a fully released game in its entirety, and it's very well worth playing. But I felt like they always had this open ended where they were going to add more, and then the studio kind of entirely fell apart, and it's kind of been radio silence. And it's just this like weird limbo to me of what could be an entirely finished game that I'm very happy with, but because they never just said, "Hey, we're done with this game. This is the last release." It feels unfinished to me. Like there should always be more. Anyway, before it has the intro, it does now. Okay. Oh, and I still love the game. It's still a very good game. It feels like it's never gonna quite be finished because they never
Wait,
really
what?
put the
We're
end
back at the office? No,
in place.
no. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
What is the height of that fern in centimeters? Oh, I don't know. And here we are again.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
I don't know what the height of the fern is in centimeters, if I'm being honest. Trick question. The common fern height is 1 to 1.5 centimeters. Interesting. How is that measured? There's a plant fact here that I am suddenly very interested in.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
Random fact
Something
in a moment.
exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Before we go wandering in that direction, Moth here has redeemed a random fact, and I would be happy to oblige. What's been on my mind randomly as a random fact I've been thinking about for a little bit is, are you familiar with mercury and fabrics? Mercury, the metal in fabrics, Moth? Acidic rocks such as granites, sandstones, and quartzes are associated with characteristic fern species differentiating from those of alkaline rocks such as fern facts. Interesting. I do appreciate a fern fact. No. So mercury the metal, which is a liquid at room temperature, which is, I'm assuming, fairly common knowledge, also has a few other names, such as cinnabar. It has a very red color, actually, when it's involved in rock, and a few other interesting things about mercury. Mercury is an incredibly dense metal. And while it is a liquid at room temperature, it actually has very, very high surface cohesion, surface tension. Mercury wants to stay together, more so than even water. And what this means is it has a very interesting property to where things like napkins, paper towels, and fabrics are unable to absorb mercury. The surface tension is too high for it to basically kind of get bonded and pulled into the fabric. And because of this, when you're talking about mercury, if you were, for example, to take a bowl of mercury and add a bunch of food coloring into it, and then take a paper towel and put that in the mercury, the food coloring would penetrate and cling to the paper towel, but the mercury would remain into the bowl. You could quite literally wipe the liquid out of the mercury with another paper towel, and the mercury would stay in the bowl. It's actually a really interesting thing. You can see videos of it online. Um, but it's one of the very many unique properties of mercury that makes it so fundamentally useful, along with its like expansion and contraction properties, which is why it was used heavily in old school thermometers because it was so consistent with how it expands or contracts under temperature change. So we could use that to measure temperature. It's a very interesting substance for a lot of same reasons. Not to be confused with gallium. And we're going to kind of extend this into another little random fact because I love mercury and gallium. Gallium is one of the other few metals with a very, very low melting point. So while not liquid in room temperature, you can melt it by holding it in your hands. It will melt. Gallium, super cool. There's actually an old magic trick where you would basically make a spoon out of gallium because you can cast it at basically room temperature. You'd make a spoon, and as a magician, you would stir your cup of tea, and the spoon would dissolve. It'd melt into the tea. Technically, I believe it still sit at the bottom. I don't believe it actually would mix into it, but then you could be like, "Oh, my spoon's gone." It was a little bit of a gag, not the most common, but an interesting one. But what makes gallium really unique is how it bonds with other metals. So basically, if you take liquid gallium and put it on aluminum, it will slowly spread through the entirety of the aluminum, destroying it because it will completely destroy what structural integrity the aluminum has, basically turning it like parchment, dried parchment paper brittle. It's really cool. Anyway, there's your mercury and gallium facts. We're going to read Minty V's here too. Different rocks equal different ferns due to ecological minerals based on the environments it is. Fern color varies from the property of the stone or mineral. While ferns lack photosynthesizing properties, ferns are homospores, which brings food sources brought in by fern spores. Interesting. Are ferns technically a plant, or are they? I'm trying to think of school teaching me ecology in 10th grade. I'm all for appreciating this. Um, Ferns are technically a plant, aren't they? Or do they fall into the category? Just mention of spores and lack of photosynthesizing. Are they actually more of a fungi? I don't know I've never looked up ferns, to be honest. They
Now,
are a bright
yes,
spot.
this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley,
Anyway,
I'm ready for it.
before I forget, Moth, by the way, was that a fact you hadn't heard before? The mercury gallium ones? I don't know if you knew that. I just like to double check. I like random facts to be ones that people haven't heard before. All I know is the class, which is Polypodipsia. Polypodicea. I can't speak right now. You kinda knew it? Okay. Well,
Oh, no, not you
the
again.
Adventureline's back.
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it. We should be fine.
A member of a group of vascular plants, plants with phylum and phloem that reproduce via spores and have neither seeds nor flowers. There we go. Fern facts. Oh, and Adventureline's gone. It's just me and the copy space in the definition. Well, there we go. It is a plant. I figured it would be. I was just like, huh. Ooh.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
There's me copying
How
directly from my
important we
notes.
mustn't
There
squander
we
the
go.
opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere.
Gotta follow in
Which means that
circles.
somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in
Go for it,
turn
Moth.
means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped?
Bonus mercury
Does that
effect. These
mean,
mercury and early fire sprinklers.
Did we do it?
Fine.
Did we break the
Manufacturing,
cycle?
health hazarding.
The, whatever it is that made this schedule?
Interesting.
How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey. Though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime...
There it goes. Jump scared me on that beep there, though. Anyway. So if I didn't hear the Rams, bonus sprinkler facts, mercury was used in fire sprinklers, mercury was removed from fire sprinklers manufacturing due to health hazards long before it was removed from household product manufacturers. So the chemistry facts, to be honest, it's kind of average in terms of chemistry stuff. You're welcome to share if we're all sharing facts. We'll make up for the fact that Moth kind of knew the one that I had on ready. In the Victorian era, fern fever was considered an illness in women. This is because women would collect ferns and go out of their way to trespass on private property to get rare ferns, and even go with men they weren't married to go hunting for rare ferns. Oh, that just sounds like peak Victorian. Speaking of Victorian facts and all of this, and like health hazard things, the amount of times that in history we've known something is bad and still used it, like lead. We knew lead was bad well before we stopped using it in things. Because people are like so adverse to change.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Anyway. And arsenic. Yeah, arsenic, asbestos, so many materials. Using things in makeup is a big one, basically because people would rather like tuberculosis was held as a standard of beauty. Tangential fun fact here. Tuberculosis was held as a standard of beauty, which is in Europeans, I should say. This is a European thing because facts are relative to areas. This is very like a Western European thing, or not Western, Western world, particularly European thing. Tuberculosis was kind of handled as a standard of beauty, to the point that that pale skin, red lips, thin figure. That starts in European with tuberculosis, where if you were a man who got tuberculosis, it was tragic. You were a poet, you were delicate, and if you were a woman, you were beautiful and fair, like a flower that was dying. And they became obsessed with it. So a lot of like lightening of the skin using facial like powders and foundations, the red of lips and lipsticks, the idea of having thin corsets. A lot of that was to mimic the body's natural response to degradation from tuberculosis. That became a European beauty standard. And so when it comes to people like using things that are dangerous, particularly for beauty standards like makeup and stuff, they were trying to look like they had diseases, so getting genuinely sick was usually not much of a concern. I'm more of a cactus person when it comes to household plants. Cactuses are nice. They're one of the few household plants that I'm a very big fan of. My wife's a bigger fan. We have, I don't know if you can see him over here. We have a collection. There's a bunch in the window. We have a collection of household plants here. I have several in the window right now. We have one guy right there who's not doing great. I don't know. Yeah, in the yellow pot also, there's my shelves. We still have a Christmas nutcracker up along next to my Dark Souls figurine. And then we have the Pothos. Ooh, where am I? I can aim a camera. There we go. Pothos. There. Most all of the houseplants are close to me right now. But our apartment doesn't get the best light, so we have to be a little bit careful with houseplants. But we do have a couple cactuses. We had one in the window that kept getting knocked out of the window. But now we're going to go to new content and see what happens.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
You have 38 trees. Yeah, show off, Ram. At my last count. That was not meant to be rude, Ram. I think you're probably the only house owner in the stream, to my knowledge. You have 2 dead plants. Yay, moth. But I just had to remove asbestos shingles from your roof. Yep. Asbestos is one of those things where it does what people used it for really well. It's a solid installation. It was a cheap installation. It could also be very durable if used the right way. There's a reason it was used. Same with lead. It was used because it was a very easy metal to work with. It just also happened to be toxic.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay. 427. Oh. When it's not in the air, the problem is it's very easy to get into the air, and you should always take proper safety precautions, like getting it on your hands, because the material, even when it's a powder, can cling to things. And you really don't want it getting into your system. I have... music theme always gets you. Yeah. It depends on how it's present. Like, you can live in a house that has lead paint if that lead paint has been safely sealed away. Or you get it with, like, certain things with, like, radium and everything. But I see so many videos of people just being like, oh, look, yeah, I read the asbestos tiles are actually fairly safe. Start smashing them open, breaking it apart, which is when you're going to run into the problems, is not safely handling the material. And it's always best just to be as safe as you can. Because, like, lead and asbestos still have uses. It's just we need to um, we need to handle them carefully. Like I always get this thing with people with like radium or like uranium glass and stuff like that. Like uranium glass, relatively safe. Not necessarily to eat off of, but to have in your home and display properly. It's actually a lot safer than people realize. Radium, on the other hand, not nearly as much depending on how you store it. And the amount of people who are like, well, I know someone who collects radium clocks and they have maybe a couple and they're stored right, so maybe I can get into this. And then end up building like cancer in a cabinet and just sticking it in their room and forgetting about it. Just as some, because I'm going into restoration. Like, this is my wheelhouse. Restoration and antiques is my wheelhouse. It's just like, just please use common sense. Yeah, don't eat the paint chips in the corner. Like, just please. I had who here has heard my Cobalt 60 story? I know Moth probably has, because I believe I've talked to Moth about this. I don't know if anyone else. I love wearing arsenic dyed clothes, having lead paint, uranium makeup, and blankets. Yeah, Moth has. And Cobalt 60 is the right one. It's slipping my mind at the moment. I work in restoration. That's what my field is, or what my degree is in right now. I don't work in restoration. That's what I'm going to try to get into. And we had a chance to work on a very old desk. It was an antique desk that came from some big radiochemist. And we were aware that this desk, from the time period that it was in, and I'm leaving out groups and stuff involved because obvious reasons, but we were aware that this desk potentially had some hazardous substances to it, and we were wearing full proper safety gear at the time because of this. But as we're going through and looking through the desk and taking the drawers out and kind of cleaning it down and doing like the beginning of like, let's get this taken care of, we noticed a hidden drawer on the desk, and we're like, okay, well, we know how to get this open. It was an old little skeleton drawer, very like simple lock, and I'm like, well, I know how to get that open. Um, so everything was fine. We opened the drawer, and suddenly we had, I forget the name of it. There's a sensor in the room that started to go off, and we're like, crap, something's wrong. Got out of there, shut it up, called the proper authorities, figure out what was going on, all of that. Um, and to make a long story short, come to find out that in this hidden compartment this guy had built in his desk, he had, I believe it was radon 60. Like, we're talking raw radioactive substances. And I can't remember if the radon 60 was the exact one. Because the moment that this was found out, I was kind of out of there. I'm not enough clearance for this type deal. Uh, but the TLDR of it is that both me and my coworker at the time got exposed to a vast amount of harmful radioactive substances. Posture check, thank you from MTV. And my coworker got, they're older, they got much more sick than I did from it. But yeah, I had, for the longest time, I had like a chemical radiation burn, like a really bad sunburn, where there had been a gap in my protective clothes, just absolutely fried my wrist. I lost all of the hair here. I was sick and throwing up for a few weeks after that. And just for the longest time, they it was like this level of like, how much radiation did I get? To where do I need to be concerned? Am I going to be fine? And obviously I was fine. It wasn't a much it wasn't enough to cause a lot of long-lasting damages or concerns. It did technically increase my chances of getting cancer, but I already had very high chances of that beforehand because I've already had cancer in the past. Um, so not more so than like most people who have already had cancer in the past. Um, so yeah, that was fun. I was like, oh yay! I ended up on basically sick work comp leave for a couple weeks because of that. But yeah, that was fun. Do not recommend. I had again This was a few months ago, but I had like a good old bald spot on my wrist
Yes, you see, isn't
and
this far
pain.
superior to a measly re-release with a few
Yeah,
minor
bye, Ram.
additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Putting boric acid in spoiled milk is my
Calling it the
favorite
Stanley
treat to go
Parable
without
2
and feel
is just
10
so
out of
much
10 mod.
catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's
Taste
an
the sequel.
artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Oh, I love the little details. The little details in this game have always been one of the best parts about it. Oh, can I see? This. They had too much fun with this. Glass doors. They're back to doors. Mm. Old busted. New hotness. Cool red section of the chart. Boring sections of the chart. Also the multi-radium carpet, but no red. The paintings are screenshots of the paintings, photos, textures. Yeah, I'd caught that. Mm. More TSP, better TSP. Win-win. Sequential mind share. Paradigm shift. Synergy. Brick and mortar approach. The color red. This is every board meeting I've been in ever. The fern! Two of them. Okay, I'm sold, narrator. You have twice as many ferns.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Took the red marker. Me. See, the Stanley Parable is the prequel to the Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable. The prequel to the Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to... Yeah. I would have personally done the end is never the end on that, but that's clever as well. We'll never know which one the real fern is. This way to the show floor. Missed a chance to put a 2 in there. This way to the show floor. If we're going to be doing this kind of thing. New features. This is like a little stroller door. Okay. Oh, it's a bus. It's a bus. Okay. Oh, ad break. I don't know if this affects anyone that we currently have. And yet again, did not give me a warning. I'm getting really annoyed at the lack of warnings for ad breaks, Twitch. I'll have to write a support ticket or whatever they have. My bottle's leaking. Okay. Yes. What do you want? You heard of Toxic Gossip Train? You have new content bus. Oh, I'd forgotten about that. Oh. Do you know how to play the ukulele? Toxic Gossip Train. Hi. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, I know. You've been here the whole stream. You like having a cat bed on the desk because then you can bother me the whole stream and when I'm working And when I'm making pixel art, you can, yeah, oh yeah, all of it. Anyway, it's insane how hard she went. Yeah. Oh, as if nothing had happened. People like that are. You're still an ad. You're good. Um. Yeah. Oh, we're paused. I would give warnings. I don't know if it's because I used the skip button last time because I was because I used to have a button to like let me skip the ad or not like skip it like to delay it, right? Like say, hey, wait, let's wait a little bit. But it did not help me. Is Mint TV still in an ad? I thought Mint TV had. Weren't they gifted a sub? Why do they have an ad if they're a sub? Hmm. Did you get an ad, Moth? Hey, so you did get an ad there, Minty? I paused as soon as I realized there was an ad break because I didn't get a warning and I need to submit a ticket. Nope. But yeah, Mint TV, you got an ad about shoes. You got gifted a sub, so I'm really surprised that it gave you an ad because you shouldn't get an ad if you're a sub. I'm gonna have to write a Twitch support to ticket. Did you have like a skip option or anything? Hmm. I don't know. I'm gonna have to write a support ticket to Twitch and just be like, WTF, you given my subs ads and not giving me a heads up when the ads are gonna start? Yeah.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Oh, there's so many things. If the shoe's cool at least. Have a skip option? So it says something about I don't know, I don't like shoes. I've read something about my in my thing saying that you could skip it. Like I get paid for skipped ads is what it said. But my assumption was that you wouldn't get the ads. And I got paid for them anyway because of like XYZ reasons. They're not anything. And also, completely unrelated, Skechers for life. Not because I have an opinion about Skechers being the best shoe or better than any other shoes, and this is absolutely not a sponsor. I am not big enough to get a sponsor from Skechers, but because they're the only one that consistently makes shoes that look decent in wide feet. I have wide feet. Skechers are often the only option for shoes that will fit me. And so, for that reason, I do enjoy Skechers. So number two, exclusive. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game. There's so many little doors. Where do I go first? No screenshots. I mean, we are streaming it, so it's not technically a screenshot. Red is the new orange. The baby is grown up. Consistent quality, just the right amount of change. A whole new office. Best button ever. There's merch. I saw the new content. Oh, there's so many doors. I'm afraid to pick a door and not be able to continue exploring around. Reassurance bucket officer. We're gonna go check out um the broken TV having the detail where it emits broken static TV sounds. Like I like the detail, but wow, that's annoying. Absolutely. You gotta like at least they thought through it, I guess. I'm gonna go through the name button one first though.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself,
I hope I can go back to the other
what do
areas
players
after.
really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Okay. Too small, too big, just right. Kind of like the too big button, to be honest.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so... Yes,
I didn't know
you
it cut him off.
see? What a thrill, what a rush. That
Name
was
was
you.
Jim Effects.
The button described you. Do it again, do it again. Jim. Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
It knows me too well to take the button away. I knew it wasn't going to say my name. I knew it wasn't. But just the deadpan Jim just really pushed. It's what I needed today.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
The reassurance bucket. We're going to go with the reassurance bucket next. Yeah. I appreciate the stairs. Rip Jim. Jim died. Jim's gone.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
So let me grab the bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping
Bucket
through
facts.
your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I got a bucket. I do get to carry the bucket around with me. Can I put it back? Or do I get to carry it with me? Nope. The bucket is just mine to keep.
To Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Let's name the bucket to get emotionally attached to it. Jim. You have a good and proper name for the bucket? Is it Jim? J. Office decorations, infinite hole. We're going this way.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Choices. You can't read my mind anymore. I have the bucket on my hand.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
I really hope that if you push the other button, it's a balloon that's stuck. It gives you the opposite one. Oh, just put the balloons.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Okay. This is just... Okay. Is the jump circle back?
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
What? Oh, I wonder if you hadn't used all of them, if it lets you... lets you jump. Because I'd love to jump with the bucket. Okay, so we've been through there. I'm trying to make... go through... I don't want to miss anything. Okay. Came in that way. This game made me have a... Let's say, interesting... Family Freddy stream. Just don't know if that's what you're implying, but the let's say ... has me go. Can be concerned there for a second. Not that kind of interest. Okay, sorry. I was a band kid for far too long. I gotta just be sure. I was a... Yeah. Well, I mean, you're Ace, aren't you? So I should have assumed, but like, to be also fair, some of the most raunchy fanfic writers I know of are also Ace, so you never know. Just because they don't have interest in it doesn't mean that they aren't good at writing it. But the word is obsession. You have an obsession with buckets. I actually usually have a bucket within arm reach. I do think my bucket is not currently here, though, because my youngest loves to steal the bucket. It's on the tip of my tongue. The button that says the name of the player. Merch, settings, world champions, the Stanley Parable reassurance bucket. We have that one. Epilogue, collectibles, infinite hole. Where's the infinite hole? K is the infinite hole. So, oh, infinite hole is that way. Okay, we're gonna do infinite hole last. Okay. Stanley Parable 2, free, new plus easy achievement just works. I can't believe it's that simple. To just pull over, no more steps, it's just yours.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
I feel like I'm going to get...
Perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology
It
that
will
exist.
exist.
Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Is Infinite Holes Gravity Falls clip? I still need to watch Gravity Falls. I have not seen it. What? I got you. What? Yeah. Have we not had this conversation? I have not seen Gravity Falls. I haven't had the time to. Oh, I'm doing another message. Achievement unlocked. The achievement lever is broken. So you just have a minty phones. Gravity, that is potential. I could look into like Discord shenanigans. If you're gonna do a watch party, I find Discord tends to be the best place to do it. Because then it's not. The TLDR is I can do like a live stream watch party on Discord without it being inherently breaking of copyrights, to my understanding, because it's not a recorded
what other
video.
exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Consider doing it. I have friends who do that. Collect them collectibles? Ooh. It's been on my list to watch for a while. I just never had a time.
Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Gregorian chants. Oh, I love this game.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
So there's the exit. We don't want to exit yet. I found it. I did find it. We're going to check out the epilogue next, I think.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Okay. Free achievement, exit there, collectibles. Infinite Hole we haven't done yet. Settings World Championships. This is one we haven't done yet either. I was curious if there'd be an option here. Best part of the game, in your opinion? The Settings World Championship? I guess if there's a way to get the hole open. I'm just curious now. The settings. Did I see anything in there? Am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing something. Good luck with the puzzle. Okay, I appreciate that. It seems like something that they would do. Just because I don't see it really serving much of a purpose. We'll just leave it with the dot for now. Time to stretch. Oh, thank you. Oh, stretching that brain indeed. Subshadows, reticle opacity. You can figure it out, I believe. Well, thank you. Simplified controls. Yeah, I figured that they would be at least... Oh. Something to do with the language? Try reading which one? The Deutsch one? Einstellungen Weltmeister? It's Deutsch, it's German. Einstellungen Weltmeister, I believe. Einstellungen being settings, and Weltmeister being literally world master, but world champion. Do, 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 do. Boop, 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 boop. It's weird seeing fragments of your native language in different languages. Yeah. Bum, 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 ba, dum, bum. Bum, ba, dum, ba, dum. Polski, Portuguese. Portuguese. Nope. Ah, I haven't done this one yet. This one. Like in Spanish, cause cheese is queso. It's also in Filipino. I can't remember if I asked what your native language is, Minty. So I was speaking to someone from Germany and someone from Canada in two different streams, and I can't remember if you were no, because Flip Flip was from Germany. So I don't think I've asked you where you're from or what your native language is. You're Philippines. Okay. Yeah, Philippines has a lot of Spanish influence on the language due to colonization. I know that much. I had a good friend growing up who was Filipino. And my daughter loves to watch, oh, what's it called? Jelly Ben and Pogo. It's a PBS kids show, but it's meant to be, I think they're Filipino in it. And they make, oh, what's it called? It's not Makey Makey. It's the dish has ube ice cream, um, and a bunch of other stuff in it that you mix together. You don't watch TV shows at all. It's like a PBS Kids one, but like they're Filipino in it. Yeah, ube ice cream and oh, what's it called? It's got a double word name, like a repeated word name. Which is when my mind went makey makey, but it's not makey makey. Um, it means mix mix in Philippine. In like Tagalong, it means mix mix. And I cannot remember what it's called. If you're gonna tell me what it's called, I'd absolutely appreciate that because it's gonna bother me until I remember the name of it. It's a military science fiction media franchise originally created and developed by Bungie, and currently it was the plasma rifle. Maybe. Okay. Oh, hollow, hollow. Okay. I thought you were talking about. Okay, that makes much sense. Hollow, hollow. Um, yeah, I had to track down. My daughter really, really wanted it, and one of my that wasn't a door hint. I don't want a door hint either way. Uh, but my if my daughter, our policy with our family, clever hint. That's a very, very clever hint. Actually, I really appreciate that. Um, family policy because like I'll be honest. Hello, hello. Get yeah, I do get it. That was very clever. Um, yeah, like my family, we're white as white can be. My family, my nana and granddad are English. My grandma was Italian. My grandpa was Polish. Like that's me. And then my wife is English with like a little bit of Danish, Dutch. So we're very like that's what we grew up with. And so whenever my kids find an interest in a different culture or a food item or a show, we always be like, okay, if you want to experience this, we have to go to the culture to learn it. And so my daughter really wanted Halo Halo because she kept seeing it in the show. So I'm like, okay, well, we got to find a little Filipino market. We got to get proper ingredients to make it and find everything that we can. And it was a really fun experience to basically be like, this isn't our culture, but we're going to learn everything that we can about it, get the right ingredients, and talk to the right people to use it. Yeah. Anyway, my favorite dessert is Minka. I don't know how to pronounce that. I introduced Halo Halo to Sweet Tooth German, and wow, she's obsessed with it. Didn't even for now. Yeah. Halo Halo is, as someone who has eaten it, everything I love in a dessert. I'm not like a big frosting fan, but cold ice cream chocked full of, and ube ice cream especially is delicious, but chocked full of other things and like the crunch of ice, phenomenal. Mm. Bibinkan. Bibinka. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. So it depends. Um, I cannot stand the texture of dried coconut, like shaved coconut, like you would get like in an almond joy. I can't. It's a textural issue. Um, but I don't mind the flavor of coconut, depending on how it's prepared. Buko pandan flavor. So yeah, if it's the flavor of coconut, I'm actually relatively more okay with it. I used to not be because I hate the texture of dried coconut so much. It reminded me. You phonetically spelled it out there for me. I don't know if I could do it. I probably will give it a look. Hmm. I love looking up foods that I didn't grow up with to try. Especially because like my oldest daughter is autistic, and with that comes a lot of food sensitivity issues. So if I can find foods of other cultures that she likes and are good for her, like 10 out of 10, um, get that child something to eat. So, okay. I might be throwing in the towel on this one just because it's getting late enough that my brain isn't firing on all gears, and I'm only going to be streaming for about another 30 minutes. So, I'll accept a hint if you have one for me. I am so neurodivergent, food touching gives me a fear response. Pandan, and it looks so good. I need to try. I actually really like. I have no idea like how actual, like culturally Filipino this is, but Jollibees and like their stupid little spaghetti, there is something so just genuinely good that I've enjoyed about it. But they didn't have them a lot in Utah, and I haven't found one out here yet either. But it was just like this like random like I understand that people would be like against this, but anyway. Slide and slide all over the ride, remote all numbers to all its node. Oh. That's what you're talking about? Maybe not. I have no idea. I don't even know what you're trying to say. But they should have a revert to default here. This was at a 5. I think field of view was like 75. This guy was at like 10. Number this, number that. Play with it till it's not flat. I'm lost. I can't remember what this was at originally. It isn't 1, 2, or 3. Should probably try all the possibilities. I like rhyming my hints. Yeah. Like 75 is about right for that. Do you remember what my field of view was at before? Was it 75? There's apparently not a reset settings. Oh, there is a reset settings. There we go. Except it doesn't reset reticle size, apparently. For a second I thought it was reset save data, which is why I assumed that it was yeah, big reticle. It does not adjust that. Mm-hmm. I feel like it has something to do, and I think you're hinting at the reticles, but I feel like it has something to do with the reticles, just because there's no other real reason I could think to have them. I mean, like, you could just have them, but it just catches me off guard. Okay, not just in general. Sculpture rhyme. It's got to crank everything up to the max. Reticle in general, kinda. It's like a soft rhyme. Also, my opacity. Okay. It isn't the buttons, it isn't the switch. It isn't a switch. All sliders must be poor and rich. Hmm. Do you know, I might just gonna just take you up on giving me the answer to this one, if that's okay. Because I'm getting a little bit stumped by this, and I'm running out of time to figure this one out. I'd love to figure it out. If not, I'm probably just gonna Google it. In order to get this achievement, you must set every single site in the settings menu to all of its possible values. Interesting. Something Bruce. Thanks. I'll take a stretch. Can't I press the buttons instead of tapping them? What do you mean? Oh, hydrate. I was appreciate hydrate. I'm not tapping them, if that's what you're asking. I'm using a controller. Yeah.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Seriously? That's what I got copyright strike for, was that song. Before. Anyway. We'll see if that was on long enough to annoy YouTube. There we go. I got the achievement for it. There's no way to get into the... Oh! There we go.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well
Oh, I don't
done.
actually want that part on. I don't want the little translation things on. Also, it's just...
You've experienced every setting.
Yeah.
Traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know.
Yeah, it turns those... Bumpscosity is here.
Know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider.
I'm going to turn it all the way up just because I can.
And that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh, max bumpacity. Absolute bumpscacity. I can't read the word today. My question is, are there actually 6 Stanley figurines? Like 6 Stanley collectible figurines? Because that would be clever. But let's bumpscacity out of here. But the best way that I could see them doing that would be like if I have to like collect this big guy too. because there's no way to go through there again. Anyway, I believe it's now time for the infinite hole. Anyway. I'm feeling kind of bumpscasset. Science. It just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
That entitles the idea of what an infinite hole is. Interesting.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Persuaded in the surface.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back
His
to
own
the
mind
top.
tricking is at the whole
Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Just making the man mad in the real That's interesting. Good news. What's the good news, Moth?
I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole.
Yay for
I don't want
safety.
anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling.
It's honestly
What
the
normal person
sounds.
actually wants to fall infinitely.
I like the sounds.
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of... Oh, for heaven... You see? I was right. The problem is you.
I couldn't help
The problem is that
it.
you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much... Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame... How is this still appealing to you?
I
know
shouldn't
you're
have cut him
obsessed
off.
with holes, but
I
at
just-
this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the
Oh.
teleport button not working?
This game got me
You
with that one.
sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I will, yeah, it's a good hole. At least we do have the bucket gym. Ooh, that's an ominous sound. Oh. Ten out again. It's absolutely the paradoxical nature. Do I want to change my perspective? I'm kind of enjoying this. Do it. The bucket's on the ground with me. Yep, Stanley. This game is so insane. So many things got really intense. Okay, no, but we got dinosaur bones now. Let's try Is a Tunnel also. This game. Puppies. Something's around Straw's a Tunnel with one hole. I am team Straw's a Tunnel with one hole. Cycling through now. Puppies. Upside down. Nice. The error logo.
Stanley? Stanley! Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there.
I was
Drifting
enjoying
away
the
to
hole.
Dreamland. But we can't have that.
I was
Stanley,
enjoying the hole.
because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So
And they put me
how
back
about
in the
if I
hole.
just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole. From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Okay. To slightly disagree on the hole being a paradox thing, yeah. It's not a paradox because the topographical answer is 1. I never went through the exit, though. Oh, no, we're here again. But, the topographical answer for it is 1. If you take a hole and if you squish a straw down, you can bend, you can shape, you can twist, as long as you do not tear or damage the material, there will always still be 1 hole. So there you go. As the topographical answer to the straw.
Here we are.
Question.
Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Anyway. So I'm back here. What happens if I go back to the hole? Am I allowed to go back to the hole? I kind of want to go back to the hole. One is no. They've closed me off from the hole. I've been betrayed. I'm leaving. I'm taking my bucket and going. Bucket all. Okay, explored everything. Let me just double check. Jump circle the map. Free achievement. The button that says the name. Merch. Done. Settings world champion. Done. Stanley Parable. Yep. Obviously, yep. Epilogue. Done. Collectibles. Done. Infinite hole. Yep. Exit. Yeah. We're bump scatting out of here. I'm gonna take my bucket and go.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Rorschach chests with office furniture.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an
we have an ad starting apparently at exactly this time, which does track because I probably should be wrapping up. It's 2:30 here, but we're gonna keep playing through this ending. Is everyone here? I'm gonna keep going.
I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether
Didn't get
or
an
not
ad.
it
Okay.
coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Let me know if you do, and I'll pause it.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
I wanted to go down there.
Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags.
I
but
love
they don't
it
add
so
up
much.
To anything.
Just let me
I wanted
enjoy
more than
it.
anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the
Let
first
me
game.
enjoy
I wanted
it.
fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they wouldn't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Is the bucket a hole? Maybe. That's truly the question. Game is developed by Crows. We're gonna begin the game. Best intro to the sequel of the Stanley Parable. Yes.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor at his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order.
Happy 12th birthday, my niece.
Did every day,
something like that.
Every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very
Happy 12th
wrong.
birthday, Stephanie's.
Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I really need to wrap up here. But I feel like this is still the ending. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket.
I got my reassurance bucket. And I know exactly where we're going with this bucket. There's still a lot more content, so yeah, best to stop at the moment of Bucket Jim. I'm gonna go check the broom closet.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Why is there a hole? Is that like one of the holes? Just like there's a giant hole in the desk? I don't remember that being there. That might have been there before.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no, we're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together.
We don't
Go through
like the boom
each of them
closet.
point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Telling off the broom closet. I'm gonna take your duct tape. Even insinuating that you'll steal my bucket.
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
I didn't expect the sticker.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to
What?
snap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
It's
See,
just a
I
bucket.
feel that it works
Oh my
because the
goodness.
sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
It's the bucket. It's the bucket. It's the Stanley bucket. It's Jim the bucket's bucket. It's the bucket sticker.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
I love this so much. The hard thing is because I really do need to remember, there's so much content, I'm assuming. Is there a way that I can save? Because I feel like I could pick this up and do more of it later. Like maybe another stream if there's enough content here. Because I really enjoy streaming this game. But I am not sure. So like if I quit, here's what we're gonna do. Because I do have to wrap up the stream here, we're going to quit to menu. And we'll find out if it saves or not. We're going to do this real quick to see. Where it is. I feel like this might very well be another...
This is the story of a...
So it does reset. But can I get my bucket?
All his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided...
Okay. That works. Yeah, we're going to quit here. It did have the stickers. That's actually that's why I paused it when I saw the stickers. Because we can continue from there. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, we're gonna wrap up here. How many viewers do I got? 6 viewers. That's enough to think I do a raid. Are there any other streamers that y'all would love me to raid today? No worries. I mean, we are wrapping up here, so if I do raid someone, you'll probably just end up in a different chat. But we'll see what's going on. See whom we got. Nope. I had a feeling that would be the case. Cap America 84. We can give them a look. Just give me a sec. Mhm. I definitely think there will be another Stanley Parable game stream in the future. What will most likely happen? Tomorrow I am playing Cuphead with my wife on stream. Um, and she does not have the length of awake staying up that I do. Um, so we'll probably be playing Cuphead until she needs to go to bed. And after that, we're gonna probably play more Stanley Parable Deluxe. Just to kind of fulfill out to the end of it. But in the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and get a raid set up for tonight. Um, we did have, what was that? Captain America 84. Because no one else that I know is streaming. It's not relative. Captain America 84. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. 1 second. I'm gonna mute that so I can watch them real quick, just to see what the vibe is. I'm not familiar with this game. It's playing a game in Japanese, I'm assuming. Text pop-ups are... Well, we're gonna go ahead and give them a raid. Just because Minty V recommends them. Minty V's a well-respected person in this channel. They're similar size in terms of viewership, so I don't feel like it's too much of a uh, an off shot. So we're gonna go ahead and raid them. I've never raided them before, so my standard disclaimer when I am raiding a channel that I'm not familiar with, I'm not familiar with them. I hope that they're good. I hope everything's great. I assume so. They seem pretty good from the little clip that I'm watching, but if any of the vibes are off or anything like that, just let me know. DM me after stream, and I'll make sure that we don't accidentally raid into someone with raid them into the future. I only bring this up because it's not happened to me, but it's happened to someone I know. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and give them a raid. Go ahead and show them all the love and support that you show me. Give them shout outs. The game that they're playing at the very least looks interesting. I'm gonna go ahead and get the raid started now. Um, so we're gonna ready to raid in about 10 seconds. Before I do launch this raid, I just do want to say one last time, thanks all of you so much for joining me. I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night. I hope to see you tomorrow. I love all of you. Bye.